Oh. Okay, we'll give it to him.
Well, and this is a reflection of how busy they are. It's just life. They're kind of worn out, but we do appreciate them, and we'll get presentations and pictures made during the day.
Thank you, Mr. Carley. Next item on the agenda will be our citizen comments pertaining to agenda items. I do have two sign-ups on this sheet. One is related to agenda items, the other is not, so we will start with the first, and then for Steve Waldman, who put in for a comment, we will do that at the end of the meeting. Okay, thank you, sir. So with that said, I will start with Holly Rollins. And Mrs. Rollins, just a quick reminder that we'll limit it to 3. Yes, thank you.
I'm being silly. Holly Rollins, 19180 Lockmere Court, Monument, Colorado. This is a very long overdue thank you. This is a very long overdue thank you. 2 of my children attended, well, all my children, which happened to be 2, attended school here from 2010 until 2021. And I just want to thank you for their academic readiness, the incredible character that they developed while they were here, and just the stellar educational experience that Monument Academy has afforded my children and my family. From 2011 until 2014, I sat where you were. I was a board member. I was the board president in 2014, and I know that you have very limited resources in terms of generating revenue for this school. But I just wanted to come and say on record that the secret sauce of Monument Academy, make no mistake, it's our teachers. Our teachers are the best. I would put them up to any teachers anywhere in the country. They serve from their heart, they're incredibly qualified, and yet they're grossly underpaid. And I know as board members you don't have a lot of tricks that you can pull out to address that. It's my understanding that Monument Academy is being included in the District 38 MLO, and I'm here to ask the board to pursue and consider every option to take care of compensation for these incredibly professional and well-deserving teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rollins. We appreciate your time and your comment. I apologize. I have this little nuisance flying around me that seems to land on me every second. All right, that'll move us into our consent agenda. So, board, the minutes from July 14th, August 11th, and September 1st have been distributed to you electronically. Are there any corrections or requests for the minutes to be read aloud? All right, seeing no corrections or requests to be read aloud, the minutes are approved as distributed by unanimous consent. Next item on the consent agenda is the approval of the October 6th meeting date. And as notated on the agenda, we would be pushing this up one Thursday to take into consideration the following week being fall break. So my question to the board is everyone okay with an October 6th meeting date, which would be the first Thursday of October?
I know that I'll miss that date. I'll be out of town, but, certainly you guys can proceed forward.
Perfect. Board, any other objections? All right, then we will go ahead and set that meeting for October 6th here at East Campus in the gymnasium for 6 p.m. And that will move us into our reports of administrations and committees. We'll start with the Chief Operating Officer report. Mr. Holmes.
Thank you. The first item in my report is the Finance Committee continues to work on the Phase 2 financing for construction. What we're looking at is 2 different options. One would be if the MLO passes and what we could do with that if that funding does pass, and then the other option would be what can we accomplish if that mill levy override does not pass. For those of you who might be asking the question, well, I thought the mill levy override was just for teacher pay, I'll try to do a succinct explanation of how the mill levy would benefit us without getting in the weeds too much. When bond investors look at investing in a charter school bond, one of the factors that they look at is our debt to income ratio. And because the mill levy override will increase our total revenue for the organization, it would incentivize more of those investors to look at us as a positive investment. But we don't want to confuse that fact because we're very clear that the MLO is for teacher and instructional pay increases. We have hired the 2 registrars at both campuses. They are working very well together. They're 2 MA moms who had an idea of how they could help the school and make some extra money at the same time, and they are really working hard. We're up to speed on a lot of things, and it feels like things are getting back to normal, and so we really appreciate them. The CDE vulnerability assessment was completed last week. We had a gentleman from CDE come and walk the building inside and outside with our team. We also got a full-blown report from them this week, and we'll be looking into that report and some of the suggestions that they have for how we can improve our safety and security here. One of the things that he told us in the debrief meeting was that in many areas, MA is doing a really good job, and we scored above kind of what's normal for most schools. And so we were really pleased to hear that, but as for all things, we're always looking at how we can improve. The annual report to District 38 has been submitted to them as part of what we do in our contract, and so at their board meeting this month on September 19th, we'll be there to present that report and answer any questions that the District 38 board has about our last year. And then my last item, one of the things I just wanted to mention that Monument Academy last year had a net income of over $600,000 for the 21-22 school year, which is phenomenal. And for those of you that don't remember, we had several $100,000 of loss the year before. And so this raised our cash reserves to over $3 million, which is another good thing when potential investors start to look at us as for further funding for construction. These numbers are unaudited, and so they will usually change somewhat during the audit. But this is a very positive move for MA, gets us back in the black and helps us move forward with some of our plans. And then I think I'm going to do the elementary report too, is that right? Unless I can talk Ms. Barrett into doing it. I'd love to, you could do it, do you have a page? Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay, so for the elementary school, really it's just back to school season for us. So it's all about getting the school up and running. So it's just been really great having all the kids back in the hallways and the laughter and the noise coming from the lunchroom. That's what we do. That's why we're here. So it's just rejuvenating to have all of the little bodies after a really quiet summer. So we had our meet and greet. We had a lot of compliments on how that ran this year. We kind of reorganized it and had it like a one-stop shop in the gym. So that went really well. We raised $400 from our Kona ice truck that was sitting out, so thank you parents for buying some ice, frozen ice. We had a new family orientation night, so that's where new families got to come. We went over the parent-student handbook and kind of highlights of that and the ins and outs of our school. We had back to school night, and that was 2 nights, and that was a success. We had a lot of parents come out for that, so that's when they got to meet their teacher and more in depth of what the curriculum was used in the classroom and how the teacher ran the classroom. And then we are still interviewing for a 5th grade teacher. So that one is an ongoing process, trying to find the right person to fill that role. And then the safety vulnerability assessment went really well. A lot of things were doing well, and then a few things where we're going to do some tweaks at our campus.
Good evening, everyone. I'm David Kennington, the high school principal. I'll be providing you the high school report. So I want to start off first with classical education. So over the summer we had a focus group that came in and advised Colin and I on the status of classical education here at Monument Academy. So we mostly listened to what they had to say. And then we also looked at instruction. So how well are we delivering the kind of classical education instruction that we want and that we promise in our mission, vision, and philosophy. So really great feedback from that. We took that input and then we redesigned the teacher evaluation system as well as the observations that we do in the classroom, both formal as well as walkthrough. So it was really a nice synergy for us to learn a lot about Monument Academy, but also to implement some changes to really bulk up some of the classical education that our families want and that we certainly have as our mission and vision. So the classical education focus group has now moved into a working group. So many of the same people stayed on with that, and so that the desire was to continue the work we began over the summer throughout the school year. And so we're looking at attending some classical education state and regional conferences that are taking place. One of those happens up in Fort Collins in October at Liberty Common, just a real flagship classical school that does a lot of really nice things, and they have a conference up there that's free of charge, so we intend to go to that and learn a little bit about them and meet some of our classical education colleagues there. Also today I held an all-school assembly right here with all the high school students and talked to them about some of the concepts in classical education, specifically the great conversation, which is that ongoing dialectic that's gone on for thousands of years, dating all the way back to Plato and Aristotle. So introduced them to some of those concepts, gave them a big placemat with Raphael's School of Athens picture, which any history buffs out there and Renaissance fans will recognize that. So that's the picture where you've got Plato and Aristotle in the center, and then as you move out, you see how this great conversation kind of reverberates through the centuries. And what's really interesting about that is not only does it show the great conversation, but it's Raphael's illustration of the actual school of Athens, which was founded by Plato northwest of Athens, about 35 miles in a kind of sacred olive grove. And then I asked the students, do you know what the name of the actual school of Athens was? And nobody knew that. And I said, well, the name of that school was the Academy. And that's significant because we are the inheritors of that. We are the inheritors of this thousands of years of great conversation, and even in our very name represents that epistemologically. So it was great for the students to learn that. And then one of the things the focus group did this summer was they got a big mural of the Academy of the School of Athens. And we got that set up and ready. And in fact, our facilities director, Molly, was placing that above the main entrance right during that talk. So as the kids walked out, they got to see her mural up there. So you get to see that as you leave tonight. So please check that out. And it's just a fantastic view of, our connection to classical history. So a lot of fun there. Coming soon, the spring 2022 PSAT scores were released. So we took PSAT 9 and 10 last spring, and so those have been released, and they were embargoed until tonight, so now we can talk about them, and they are great. Really, really proud of our students' scores. MA High School earned an exceeds rating in math, which is the highest category achievable, and students earned 100% of eligible points on the CDE School Performance Framework, so we're really proud of our math performance. Furthermore, PSAT 9 scores were higher than the average in D38. So I think all of you know that we want to be the best high school in D38, and we want to be top 30 in 4 years. And we are well on our way already for that. And we're going to continue to do more things to grow the academic rigor and challenge and performance of our students. And we've got some work to do. I mean, there's some really good scores in there. College Board breaks that out with every single mark band in there, and we're going to dig into that data. We're going to find out where our student strengths are and where the areas of growth are, and we're going to target that and develop a year-long program. So when they, especially our juniors, hit the SAT in April, they're really going to be ready to rock and roll on that exam. So one of the things that we are going to do is the National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test, which is kind of a mouthful of edu-speak. We call it the NMSQT, which is probably not much better. That's a mouthful of alphabet soup. But what it is, the National Merit Scholarship Program is an academic competition for recognition and scholarships. Started in 1995, and it's an opportunity. We've never done that before. I'm sorry, 55, yes, 1955, so it's been going on for many years. So approximately 1.5 million high school students enter that program every year. We have not yet participated that. How about that? Any better? Good. So Monument Academy High School juniors will have the opportunity to take the NMSQT in October. So I don't know where my mic cut out or not, but we're going to be doing the PSAT test on October 12th. That's parent-teacher conference. There's no students here, which is an advantage for us, so we're not going to disrupt any classes. This is going to be quiet, but we do need to recruit our students to come in. So we are hoping they're going to see the value of this, and we're hoping the parents are going to see the value of this, and they're going to tell their students, no, you can't sleep in this day. You're going to go in, you're going to take tests, and you're going to have Mr. Kennington's smiling face there welcoming you in. It's going to be a great time and really valuable data we're going to get from that. Juniors will be eligible for the Merit Scholarship and Awards. So depending on how they perform, there are some scholarship monies out there that are available for them. So there's a financial incentive for that. Sophomores have a practice session. They're not eligible for the Merit Scholarship. They will be the next year. So students achieving advanced NMSQT scores have the opportunity to earn some status awards, which is important. So students are filling out college applications and so forth, and that's a great thing to put in a college application that they were a commended scholar, a national merit finalist, or a merit scholar. So those are all three different tiers that students can apply for. So that's a benefit in several different ways. Students who achieve merit scholar status, they do earn scholarship money toward college. And that's also there's some corporate scholarships out there. So it's a win-win for everybody. We're just trying to get the word out there. Improved security, so Mr. Holmes talked about the vulnerability assessment, and we're moving forward already on some of those recommendations that we got verbally. So just an update on some things that we've done. You may have noticed those. So all student and visitor traffic now must enter and exit through the main security doors and check in at the front office. It's pretty inconvenient, and we realize that good security is inconvenient. And so we don't apologize for that, but we do ask your patience as we tighten up some of the things that we're doing here at Monument Academy. All best practices here that most schools around the region are doing right now. All other exterior doors are locked and alarmed during the school day, so they have door prop alarms on them, and we are now using those on all the doors. So if somebody leaves the building, we're going to know about it right away because the alarm's going to go off, and also somebody's able to access that exterior door, we're going to hear about it. We all know, and you've probably read those reports now, so that active shooter did get in through a prop door. So that's the main reason why we're doing that, because we want to know all visitors who are coming in and out and all people coming in and out, and we can see them. Staff have been trained on our standard response protocols. Some of you may know those as the I Love You Guys protocols. So that used uniformly across El Paso County and really the state and country. So those are very valuable tools for us. So secure, lockdown, evacuation, shelter, those are all the languages that we use. So it's very important to communicate and train staff. So we've already done that, and we're going to do that continually throughout the year. We're integrating our SRO officer, Yanez, into daily operations and routines, so we're getting to know him, and he's getting to know the students, because students are sometimes the best sources of information about stuff that's going on in the school, and so he is developing good relationships with them. He started to present in some classrooms, so we appreciate the teachers who are inviting him in. So, he's got all the body armor and, magazines on there, but he's a human being behind that, so we want students to see that. We're working on an all-school assembly where he can speak to the students there, and then scheduling him to present to staff this month on integration with law enforcement during an emergency, which is really, really key that you're doing that well. Okay, lastly, we want to end with building the high school. So that is physical building of the high school, which Mr. Holmes talked about, but also filling it with students. And so we're really focusing on our rising 9th graders, our current 8th graders right now. That conversation is already going on. If some of you have 8th graders, they're already talking about high school. So we know that, so we want to be a part of that conversation. So I went to the student council and I said, boy, I'd really like a lot of you to come in and talk to our 8th grade students. And so Mr. Vinciato helped me out with that. So we got some of our Top Gun students out of at a student council, and they came in and they presented to Peak's class all this week. So there are 6 Peak classes for 8th graders, right? And they'll have 20 or 30 students in them. So we were able to speak to them, and I said, I really want to talk to you about the high school, but I decided not to do that. I decided to bring in some students to talk to you, and that's what they did. And so they presented and told about the great experiences they're having here, and that's just great marketing for us when students are saying, this is a great place to come. Why don't you give it a shot? So just to give you a snapshot of that, there were 2 really strong themes that came out of what these students did. I didn't coach them at all. I just said, hey, talk about your experience here. But it was community and connection, and that's what they really talked about. They love the small community, that they know everybody. The freshmen are saying, I got to hang out with juniors. This is great, and they know my name, and we do fun stuff together. And they talk about the connection within the community. The teachers know their name. They care about them. It's small classes. They're doing stuff with other kids outside of school. So that's really warms your heart to hear about that, and I hope it resides with our 8th graders. Okay? And that's all I have.
I'm Colin Vinciato, the middle school principal. So we had an exciting start to the school year. We had our new student meet and greet. And this was an opportunity for students that were new to this campus. So our 6th graders that were coming to the building, 7th grade and 8th graders that were new to the school to come in and just have a smaller atmosphere and experience some different activities. And so we just started off with hyping them up. We had the cheer team here doing a routine for them and some cheers, and then we did a team building activity, and then we split the kids into their peaks and let them know who they're going to be with rising up 6th, 7th, and 8th grade together so that they can start building those positive relationships. And then going forward with that, we gave them a tour of the school. They were able to get their iPads, distributing 400 iPads. We decided to break it up into 2 days. And so we got positive feedback on the event, and a lot of families called and just said thank you. It reduced the anxiety of our students coming to a new building, a new school, and we were just very thankful for the event. So we were excited that it had a positive impact in that direction. The following day we had an all-student orientation, and this was an event that let families come in. We had an open house the first hour where they could meet their teachers, go through their schedule, get their schedule, find their lockers, pay fees, get their iPads, drop off school supplies, sign up to volunteer, purchase PTO gear. So we tried to jam in a lot, and there was a lot of people here. A lot of people. So that's probably one of the tweaks that we're going to be making for next year is finding ways to maybe spread that out a little bit. We heard that there was some concerns with it, and we definitely felt it as well. So we're hopefully going to make those changes on that. The next thing, the first day of school went great, and it was a great start, and it was just exciting to have kids back in the school, like Ms. Barrett said. And it was, we had on that Friday the back to school bash, which was very courageous of student council to take that on just 3 days into the school year. But on Friday afternoon we had about 200 middle schoolers that just got to come out, play yard games, play football, but just get to know each other, enjoy each other, just have some time together. There was Mr. Herbert grilling up hot dogs, and Miss Floyd was serving nachos, and the kids just had a really good time. And unfortunately, it started torrential downpour right in the middle of it, and of course, that's how things work, right? And we brought all the kids into the building, and it was a little chaotic, but we put an all-call out to the middle school staff to come in and support and supervise students, and we had most of the staff come out and interact with the kids and watch and just be with them, which was really encouraging to see. And when we talk about building those relationships, that's what the kids are talking about. You know, you had Mr. Engelman playing knockout with the kids in here and those kind of things. So, you know, that's what the kids are talking about, is those little moments that show up right there. And then the next thing, Miss Duca and I did a little dance when we hired Miss Pullen and Miss Gross to be the registrars for this upcoming school year. And we're just so excited for them to take on those roles. And Ms. Duca and I realized we're not registrars. So we appreciate all the parents' patience with that and fixing everything that might have been messed up. And we are now done with that, and we are excited, and we're ready to move on. The middle school athletics has been doing very well this school year. So the football team, they're playing their third game tonight, but they've scored over 50 points in their first 2 games. Won both of them. Our cross-country team, the boys team won the meet, and the girls finished second. And then volleyball has won every match that they've played in this season as well. And boys soccer, they've had some big victories and some close losses. So we're just very excited for the effort that our athletic programs have been putting in, and the coaches that have been feeding into them, and you know, we're working with them on character, their skills, and just learning how to thrive in different environments. So we're looking forward. We have a bunch of events for the rest of this month that we're excited about, and hopefully we can report great successes on those coming up at the next meeting as well.
Thank you all for that. It was very comprehensive. We greatly appreciate that. Board, is there any questions?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, what is the status of the modulars?
The status of the modulars is we're still in the process of trying to get bids to hook those up and get them permitted and get the fire connections made. We made contact with a couple of organizations this week that will consider putting in a bid. It's just a lot of these little companies are very busy with a lot of things, and they just have not been able to get us submitted. But we're hoping that in the next month or so we can get those, get that started and have those available during this year, and then we'll also be using them again next year.
Is this an additional cost from what we were originally expecting back when we had our special session in January?
Yeah, we anticipated some cost for this, but the only bid we got was over $100,000 to hook those up, which to me is way beyond what it should be, and so we're continuing to look for a more reasonable bid.
Mr. Holmes, what all needs to be done on these modulars?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What all needs to be done, completed?
The electrical needs to be connected from this building to the modulars, and then along with that, the internet and the fire system has to be connected, and then we need a ramp built to access the modular space that's handicap accessible.
So did we have one individual proposing to do all this under his company, or for the?
Yes, we had one company that we did get a bid from would do all of that.
Would it behoove us to individually start piecemealing this out, actually having somebody that comes in and just builds the ramp, somebody does the electrical work, somebody does the internet and fire system?
Yeah, and part of it might be that we get down to that if we can't get a better comprehensive bid, that we just piecemeal it out. The thing that would go with that is it does have to be permitted, and so we'd need somebody that's able to run the permit process.
Can you explain why this wasn't able to be done over the summer?
We just weren't able to get bids. It's not no excuse. It's just falls on me and our facilities team. We just didn't get bids that would be sufficient.
So back in January, we appropriated $225,000 for the 4 complex, 2 complex. All those are out there right now, right?
No, when our amendment wasn't coming in like we had hoped for, we canceled the 2 classroom complex that the board approved because we didn't need that space.
Okay.
So there's 4 classrooms out there that we can use once we get them permitted and connected.
So at this point, obviously, then, we're not going to engage. I can't remember that. One of them was a Vesta. That may have been the 2 satellite, or the one was a Vesta, one was a satellite, if I recall.
The 4 we have are from Vesta.
Okay. So then we will forego needing, obviously, the 2 classroom from satellite.
Correct.
Okay. Is the company that provided those do they have the ability, I guess you could say, for providing vendors that could get us online?
This summer, they contacted one local vendor to try to get us a permit, or try to give us a bid, and that company asked a couple questions and then bowed out of the process. But I've contacted Satellite and Vesta and some other contacts we have using also using our former owner's rep for this project to see who he has. So we're trying to contact as many people as we can to see if we can get this work done.
What is our timeline to say, all right, this isn't working, we're going to go the piecemeal route, if you will, and find individual contractors that are willing to come in and provide the services that we need?
I don't necessarily have a timeline for it, but we do need to, if we can't get something in the next month to 45 days, we probably need to move to that option.
Board, is there any consideration on that? It seems like now we're going to be pushing into October on these and how long was the timeline to do the work from the contractor that you guys received over the summer that had the bid over $100,000?
I don't recall what their timeline is, I'm sorry. I think the problem is actually scheduling the work. It's not work that takes a long time, it's just a lot of them are very busy with other projects and they're not that interested in this project.
All right, I have another question, and this is, I don't know if this should go to Mr. Kennington or you, Mr. Holmes, but I'll direct it to you, Mr. Holmes. What is the status of the Watchdogs program here at East Campus?
So we've been in communication with Mr. Cheatwood, and so we're looking at scheduling a time that works, probably next week. We would like to meet on West Campus, so we just have to make sure that we can find a time that works near Carline time. We do have 2 parents that are interested in volunteering with the program, so we're taking steps with that, yeah.
Is there, Mr. Machado, would there be a timeline you would think after meeting with Mr. Cheatwood that we could get that up and running? And the only reason I ask is I've had, I would say, a handful of parents, under 5, that have expressed interest, like, we're ready to engage, what do we need to do, how long till this is up and running?
Yeah, I think we can probably, well, I would like to move as quickly as possible, get the process moving. I just want to communicate with Mr. Kennington on when our schedules work. And so Mr. Cheatwood probably wouldn't participate in starting up the program over here, but he would give us all the steps that it took for him to get the process going on the West Campus. So we could move on it pretty quickly.
Terrific. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Holmes, I appreciate that we have these reports from the principals and all that information, so thank you guys for including that. I'm wondering about a report from the Director of Academics, like what's the focus this year, any update from her?
We could include that next month if you'd like.
Is there anything specifically that's being looked at through the Director of Academics at this point?
There's 3 things that we have on the plate right now for review from a curriculum standpoint. One is middle school math curriculum. We're in the process of examining that and seeing where the strengths are, what are the challenges of that program. One of our other priorities for this year is that our literacy sequence for 6th grade through 12th grade, we're also going to be looking at that during this year and taking that through the curriculum committee to make sure that we're not repeating books that we are reading, but also making sure that we're reading books at the appropriate age and have that whole review done. I mean, one of the other things that's come up over the last few weeks is that we feel like one of the issues that keeps coming up from a variety of sources is the use of technology at Monument Academy from a pre-K through 12th grade standpoint, and that there seems to be a lot of different opinions, a lot of different ideas on the amount of technology we should use or should not use, and what the purpose of that technology is. So I think that is another item that, in fact, Mrs. Leon and I talked about that today, is something that we really need to take a good look at to see if we understand what we're using technology for and why we're doing that, and is that an appropriate use? And it probably involves staff, it involves parents, it involves board input, it involves administration as well, because I think it's a question that, especially during COVID, a lot of teaching and instruction went much more high technology, and as we come out of that, it's something that we need to take a good look at and understand what we're doing and why we're doing it.
What prompted a need to look at, middle school math seems pretty specific, so what prompted that?
Our growth scores in middle school math with our NWEA testing were not very strong this last year.
And when were those test results available for us to have reviewed to see that those scores weren't good?
I think I saw them this summer, like June and July this summer when I first saw those, and we started looking into that. If the board would like a presentation on all of our growth scores from last year, we could make that happen.
So the scores weren't available until the summer?
Well, NWEA scores are usually available within a couple of days after the kids take the tests, but the composite growth scores in the reports that were ran I asked those to be run this summer.
Thank you.
Huge thank you to Mr. Vinciato and Ms. Duca for stepping up into the registrar position and just ensuring that, to the best of both of your respective abilities, schedules were accommodated. Mr. Holmes, quick question for you. Do we have any type of contingency plan or the safety net of any kind just to kind of alleviate some public stress that, hey, there is a backup plan should something like this happen again?
I'm sorry, I missed the substance words of your question.
Do we have any sort of backup plan, or is there something to kind of default to if we're in a position from a school standpoint where we find that, hey, we don't have a registrar in place?
Yeah, part of what, one of the things that I've been trying to do since I came here is make sure that more people are cross-trained in different jobs so that it's not all just left to one person. And so that's part of what we're doing as we replace staff, is making sure that other people know how to handle different bits and pieces of those jobs so that if we are left without someone, it's not as big an impact moving forward. And that's true for a number of different positions.
Thank you.
Board, any further questions regarding the COO report? All right, seeing none, let's move to our CFO report. Mr. Brocklehurst, please.
All right, thank you. All right, we're about, so we're 2 months into the fiscal year. It's about 17% of the year thus far, just for reference. Revenue in August was 1.2 million. Year to date, we're at 2.2 million for revenue, which is 18% of the budget. So we're slightly over. Most of that is due to this month. We're over due to instructional fee collection. You get a big push at the start of the year with families making all those payments. Expenses for August were 862,000. Expenses year to date are 1.4 million, or 12% of the budgeted expense. Variance for the month, again, due to accrued teacher salary and benefits, so we're a little lower on expenses this month than typical. Net income for August was at 371,000. Net income for the fiscal year so far is 787,000. Last year at this time, we had a net income of 858,000, so pretty similar at this point to last year. A couple other things of note. We've put out a request for qualification for a municipal financial advisor. This advisor will be tasked with supporting efforts to secure funding for Phase 2, and as we plan to refinance the Series 2019 bonds before their balloon payment. They'll be instrumental in helping us track metrics to make sure we're on target to maximize those. We also, this past month, put out a request for proposals for an appraiser to appraise the value of the property that El Paso County wants to take for the Highway 105 expansion. We were able to bring on an appraiser, have them look at it as kind of a third-party look to represent us as well. That work will need to be completed by October 26th. We do have an extension, or we've requested an extension from the county, only because a lot of the appraisal work out there right now is pretty busy. There's a limited number of appraisers. The county is also doing their appraisal, and they'll, I believe, are asking for an extension as well. So we should have some bids on that here pretty soon. A couple of folks have already reached back saying that they'd be interested in putting something out for that. So stay tuned for that. Aside from that, I noted some other highlights in my report. If there's any questions I can answer for you, I'd be happy to do so.
Board, any questions for Mr. Brocklehurst? All right, seeing here none. That'll move us into our committee reports. The Highway 105 committee report, that will be me. Really no news to report. I will share that we are diligently working to get this advertisement back out for bid sometime here. Mr. Brocklehurst, do you have a specific?
I don't have a specific date. We're targeting for the fall here. Right now, trying to think of the right term, the IFB, the invitation for bid, is with a county employee who's kind of reviewing it. They're the ones that would put it on BidNet, which will reach a larger audience for that bid. So they're kind of applying best practices to some of that so that it's more palatable, I guess, for folks to bid on. So in the fall, we had reached out last week or so to get an update on that, but haven't heard back. But fall is kind of our targeted time for putting that out.
And my understanding is that anybody that bids on this project realistically is probably looking at starting sometime late spring into summer.
That's correct. The idea behind this next push is to allow a little more freedom in timing to get folks in to do the work. We've put some parameters on when they could be in doing the work to try to avoid school time, but we do have to be open enough to where if there's breaks, if there's long weekends, that we could get people in to do some work there. So there are those stipulations in there. The goal being to get the work done prior to the start of next school year. But putting it out this in the fall and in kind of in line with the timing for 105 and any other contractors that may be taking on that work, it might help entice others to take this on and then be able to do the work in a manner that doesn't disrupt the school. That's the goal.
All right. Thank you. In addition to that, I know Carline has not been ideal this year. Probably has been, at least it perceived, seems to be, feels a lot worse than last year. We are absolutely looking at, ways that we can fix with the issues that we have, but unfortunately we're very limited on what we can do. We're very thankful to the LDS Church that shares the lot next to us for giving us the egress access out to 105. And without that, we would not, we would be doing U-turns. And I want to thank the West Campus admin for sending that notice out to parents expressing that that is what's going to happen in the event that we do not abide by the use agreement that we have in place. And so I would strongly encourage our parents to keep that in mind as you're going through Carline drop-off and pickup, not to violate the terms of the use agreement. And violating the terms of the use agreement would be pulling into the church lot, dropping your kids up there. The only use of the church lot is to egress out onto 105 with a right turn only. Anything beyond that would be a violation of our use agreement, and the terms could be more or less, we could have that revoked, and I don't believe that's the church's intent, but, my hope is that we honor our use agreement. I apologize about this fly. It's driving me nuts. That is it for the Highway 105 Committee report. I will push this along to the curriculum report. Mrs. Belisle.
So there's no report tonight on curriculum committee, but just with that in mind, Mr. Holmes, do you have, has the director of curriculum indicated when the curriculum committee might commence?
I do believe she has a tentative date that they're going to try to meet. I think it's the first Tuesday of each month is when October 4th is hopefully the first meeting for this year. I think she's trying to confirm that with a few people before that gets announced.
And I hope that would include me.
Yes, and you'll be on that loop.
Okay, thank you.
We have no report from SAC West. Is that correct, Mrs. Clinton? Okay. So I know we will get into board committee assignments later on in the agenda, and I will yield back to you, Mrs. Belisle, for SAC East.
Thank you. Okay, the first SAC East meeting of the academic school year met here at East Campus on August 30th. The meeting was well attended by parents, both moms and dads, so that was great to see it so well attended. In fact, Mr. Kennington and Mr. Vinchattel both said they had never attended a SAC meeting so packed, and we will soon probably grow out of the conference room, but these are good problems to have, so lots of good engagement. At the meeting, it was my first experience with a SAC meeting, so I was learning a lot as well. We went over the SAC bylaws and outlined some proposed updates. We spoke about what goes into formulating the school's performance plan for East Campus. And what I learned from that process that I'll share with you is that the Colorado Department of Education requires every school to submit performance plans based on the data that it collects. The SAC East Committee will submit a draft of those goals and recommendations that go into our performance plan, and then present that draft to the board after our next meeting, which is to be held on September 22nd. The board will review that draft, and then, from what I understand, that performance plan is due to the District 38, and to the CDE in early October. The committee also revisited the end-of-the-year survey recommendation letter that SAC submits to the board, and the end-of-the-year letter was brought back up and highlighted. Some of you might be familiar with this letter. It was originally read at our regular June board meeting. And there were several recommendations. For those of you that don't know, the SAC committee conducts a survey of the East Campus community. They compile those results, and then they present those recommendations and thoughts and results to the board. We revisit that letter and realized that one of the recommendations, the good news there is that we were able to say that our East Campus is meeting that recommendation very well this year with our push for our character development curriculum. And Mr. Kennington walked us through our character curriculum, showing us that we will highlight a specific character trait each month in the PEAK system. Forgive me, I'm not sure exactly how it's getting implemented in the high school, but I do know that it is. So right now our committee covers middle school and high school, so it's kind of a joint effort there in our meetings, lots to cover. So that is one of the recommendations from the letter that our admin has met. There were a couple other recommendations that were revisited that the committee felt had not been fully addressed yet. And so we just wanted to bring those back up, or the committee wanted to bring those back up. And I'm going to read those exactly from the letter just to remind us. And they are: MA's efforts to attract and retain excellent teachers is still one recommendation that's on the table from the letter, and also too much reliance on technology, iPads, and to please make an effort to examine the use of iPads/technology in relation to classical education. And I was pleased to hear earlier from Mr. Holmes, I think that that is one of the things on the table for the curriculum committee, so that is in the works. One other recommendation from the letter that I think should not go unmissed, because sometimes over the summer those letters get put to the side. SAC has asked, and I know this might change based on who's in charge of different areas right now, but I'm just reading verbatim from the letter. SAC has asked Mrs. Bartlett to include and highlight parent use of Canvas homepages during back-to-school events. We will also provide guidance on this in the Links News next fall. So I think that's still a need that's out there. Obviously, back-to-school night is still yet to come for East Campus. But regardless of whose jurisdiction this might fall to, I think that's still a big need from our parents and a concern that is still out there. Again, the next SAC East meeting will be held September 22nd from 1 to 2:30 p.m. and look for more news about attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Belisle. Mr. Buczkowski, on to governance.
Yes, thank you. The only update for governance is that we've set our first meeting date for September 27th.
Thank you, sir. And I will continue with you on finance.
Yes, thank you. So the Finance Committee met on September 6th and also had another meeting on August 30th. And there's really sort of three topics that I wanted to bring up about those meetings. First is Phase 2, also some West Campus building repairs that are in need of happening soon, and also the appraisal of the land next to 105 that will be taken by eminent domain by the county that Mr. Brocklehurst referred to. So first regarding Phase 2. Merlin mentioned a couple of key numbers here that are really important for our goals on Phase 2. So first, the 2021-2022 school year unaudited net income was $668,000, which was just a really terrific number, considering going into the year, we had just finished a year where the school lost over $300,000 in 2021. And the budget going into that year was basically to break even. So because of that net income amount, the June 30th reserves increased to just under $3.2 million, like Merlin also mentioned. So first of all, that is very good news for anything that we want to do concerning Phase 2. Is from that point of view, the school is in a great financial position. If you remember back to our April 30th preliminary budget for the 22-23 year, we approved a use of reserves or a net loss for this year of $161,000. Now, I do want to say that net loss for this year had some assumptions, including enrollment of 1,150 students and raising $354,000 in fundraising from our community as we did the year before. So what I want to mention is that sort of this year's net income and net loss are still an issue, and it's still very fluid as to what those numbers will be. So now a little bit more just on Phase 2. So Mr. Holmes mentioned that we're really proceeding down two paths right now. The first path is if the MLO passes, then what would Phase 2 look like? And the second path is if the MLO does not pass, then what would it look like? And so we're basically looking at both of those. But needless to say, if the MLO does pass, then Monument Academy's sort of financial position for a Phase 2 looks very promising. Now, we also heard from Mr. Brocklehurst that we have this RFQ for a financial advisor. And this financial advisor is going to help us with producing the financials for a Phase 2 build, as well as with helping for the potential refinance of all the bonds in 2 years. The only thing that I wanted to bring up about this is that this is not a budget item. This person or this entity is not paid unless financing actually closes. So there's really no cost to this right now, so the board should keep that in mind, to having that financial advisor. Okay, a couple things concerning the West Campus. So there are some AC units at the West Campus that are in need of repair or possibly replacement. Although not all the bids are in, the repairs could cost as much as $8,500 a unit, or maybe even more, and replacement costs could be over $50,000 each. So due to sort of supply constraints, it's possible that the repairs need to be made now, and then the units then replaced as soon as units are available, if there's a lead time in getting units basically delivered. So what I want to point out here is that there are some significant repairs, unfortunately, to the West Campus that will have to happen, that we'll have to take into consideration when looking at sort of the math for Phase 2. Also, the West Campus probably needs a building maintenance fund for these and other potential repairs that are upcoming. East has fewer of these issues because the building is new right now. Okay, so 105 and the land that will be condemned through eminent domain there. So the strip of land next to 105, that's part of the 105 expansion, so the county is going to condemn that, but MA will be compensated for the value of the land, and the amount depends on its appraised value. Now, like Mr. Brocklehurst mentioned, so MA is having the land appraised. There is an initial cost of that. It could be, $4,000 to $8,000 in that range. However, all of that should be reimbursed after the appraisal is completed. And right now, the value of that land is, to us, it's just completely unknown. So, but Monument Academy will get some sort of compensation for the value of that land. Okay, that concludes my update, unless there are any questions.
I have a quick question. Can you go over again the AC costs? The repairs were how much, and then the units are how much?
Yeah. Okay.
That didn't.
Okay, so not all the bids are in, but so we have some AC units that are starting to fail, and one option is just to repair the units, and that would be, let's ballpark it, $8,500 a unit to repair. To replace it would be over $50,000.
And how many units are we talking about?
Mark, can you help me with that?
Yeah, I asked that question today because I wasn't sure either. There's 9 units on that building. The ones that are the issue, there's, I think, 4 of them. But they're all the same age, so it's only a matter of time before the other ones are going to experience the same thing. So the big issue is the coils in there start to corrode over time. So the repair would be to fix those corroded coils or replace the coils. That's another option too. But, there's only so long that they'll continue to be able to be repaired before they will need to be replaced. So it's imperative that we start considering a replacement plan for those units as we move forward.
Did the contractor give an idea of how long that would be? If we take 9 units at 85, say 76.5, how long is that going to buy us?
If we repair them, is that what you're saying? That's the hard thing. I'm sure we all know how our HVAC folks look at stuff, and no offense to any HVAC folks. I do the same thing when I give you estimates on timing, so I totally understand. Their best guess is that as you repair it, you may get 1 to 3 years of life out of it. but it's hard to tell. I mean, it's, you know, it's a pressurized system, and that pressure wears on that metal, and it fatigues and breaks and leaks. So yeah, it's kind of a guessing game. My recommendation is that we consider replacing, because we're going to have to at some point. And if we put something in place in terms of a plan over the next couple of years, I mentioned one a year, and Chuck laughed at me. He's like, "We got 9 on the building. We're not going to be able to last 9 years for all these things." So you know, we'll have to think through that and start planning for that.
Now, do these units tie directly into the heating side?
They are. The heating and the AC are the same unit. The heating is still able to function without issue. So some timing on when we fix those is something to consider as well. I don't know that, in discussions with Chuck, I don't know that it makes sense now to repair some of that as we get into the colder months. And maybe we wait till the spring to start looking at a repair. And then, you know, by then too, we'll have more information on when we can get new units in, or new coils, or a little more information on how to proceed. But it's probably a more in-depth look at how we go about this process, because of the costs that will be involved. Because you're looking at over $500,000 to replace everything. And of course, we spread that out over time, and it is a capital investment, so there is, you know, the expense doesn't hit all at once technically. So there's some things to think through there. Yeah.
So my understanding, we don't need to make any decisions in the immediate future, but we just need to start preparing that we're...
There may be 1 or 2 units that need a repair now.
Okay.
So, you know, we're looking at probably $10,000 now to take care of some things. But that'll buy us some time to put together a plan that works well for us.
Thank you, gentlemen. Buildings and facilities, Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, as Mr. Holmes alluded to prior, the CDE came and completed a security and threat assessment on 9/1. The report was received on 9/7. That information has been disseminated to the individuals to whom it pertains, and we are entertaining these recommendations.
Terrific, thank you. Volunteer, Mrs. Clinton.
I'm happy to say that I have a representative from both campuses. Melody's here tonight. Thank you for helping me with this. So we have PTO representation from each campus, and we are going to meet next week. But both individuals, Sarah Bailey and Melody Potsky, are helping input events and in touch with administration as well about where we can help and plug in. And then we're also just continuing to work on uploading or onboarding more volunteers.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Clinton, and back to you on RDC.
Okay, so I'm actually going to ask Mr. Dicus to come up here and talk a little bit. We met the other day, Mr. Carley, myself, Mark, and Jake, and are kind of talking about how we want this committee to work. And I mean, at this point, it was inactive for a number of years, so we're kind of revamping it. So, Jake, go ahead.
All right, so I'm Jake Dicus. For those that don't know me, I am the new Manager of Development and Mission Engagement for Monument Academy. Just a little before we get into RDC, thank you first for allowing me to present to you guys in this matter. So I'm in my 4th week, and during that short time, we've accomplished quite a few things. Okay, out of the gate, I'm building relationships within the community and within the school, whether that's parents, administration, and especially with the kids. With that, when it comes to the RDC, which is the Resource and Development Committee, we are going to be coming up with standards, best practices, SOPs, right? In my past experience, the first year is the heavy lift year, where we are able to create how we want fundraising events, programs within the school and within the community to run. So for example, we can talk about like a community garage sale, meaning those at MA community, whether East or West Campus, we can put on a garage sale. But it's not just for MA. We want the community within MA or within the county to come see our buildings, right? So with that, we're going to use best practices, like I said, and we're going to, it's going to be a process when we do these events or these fundraisers that we want to do, whether it's at this campus, the West Campus, a community event, to create not just, oh, we're just trying to raise money. Sure, that's a good goal. But we want to create the community, which is, Mr. Kennington, I believe, said, was one of the things that they said at this school, right? Community and connection. MA needs to be buzzed about as opposed to complained about, right? We're not talking about 105. We're talking about the kids. We're talking about what we can do for the kids because they're our future. So with R&D, like, it's exciting. I'm actually really excited about the opportunities that are presented here at MA, especially coming from staff, parents, because I'm not coming up with all the ideas on how to run it. I will pick anybody's brain, send me any idea. I have a database that I'm building. It has everything from, we could put on a quilt show to we could, you know, have a parents' night out to, like I said, the community garage sale. So anybody here, feel free to email me your idea. You don't have to tell me how to do the event. It's just going to go in their portfolio, and then once we get all that done, we will then create the roadmap not only for this year but for future years as to how we're going to involve not only the MA students but the MA community and the bats in the attic. And with that, I do want to say this. So this is one thing that in this position, this is a quote that I use a lot, is an ounce of planning is better than a pound of cure. So with that, I'd gladly take your questions.
Thank you.
That works. Thank you.
All right, that completes our reports of admin and committees. That'll move us into our items requiring board discussion and action. Employee handbook. So I know we received a copy of this electronically, and then I saw your email today that this has been kind of developed and worked on for the last 6 to 8 months, Mr. Holmes. My question is, has this always come before the board on the employee handbook? Is this something that we're required through best practices, or is this something that...
I don't think the Board of MA has been reviewing the employee handbook every year, but I felt like it was a best practice for us to bring it before the board so that the board is aware of those policies and could have comment on it. The process really started with me shortly after I was hired. There was some discussion from our legal team on some case laws that had happened and possible changes with paid time off. And Sherry Buzzell and Mark Brocklehurst and I were in those meetings with our legal counsel to talk through some of those things. And then over time, we've just been working on it, trying to refine it. Then when Krista Pelley was hired as our new Director of People Operations, she dug into more of the detail of the rest of the handbook. And then the final version of it has gone to legal review, and they're okay with it. There's a couple of points of discussion on the paid time off changes that have been legal discussions back and forth, and there's probably different ways that different people look at it, but we've landed at a place I feel pretty comfortable with.
Is there a red line version that we can look at that where you guys have incorporated the changes? I appreciate the fact that it's gone before legal. Yeah. You're asking me, and not me independently, but this board to approve something, and honestly, I don't know what changes outside of the PTO that you speak of now.
Yeah. One of the things that there were so many there were different changes over a long period of time, so there wasn't red line tracking, but I did do a comparison between last year's employee handbook and this year's employee's handbook that I sent out. I think it was just today. Is that right, Mrs. Clinton? Sent that out today, and it's, when you look at that, almost all of it has changes of some sort. So we could, if it's the board's desire, we could bring this back again next month. Because almost every page has changes to it.
Were there some, if you were to sit your employees down and give them kind of the headlines of what was significant to call out, could you summarize that, or would that be too much to share tonight, and it would need further review and come back next meeting, or that was my
I
question.
think the paid time off change is the biggest one that affects employees, but there are other things where it's, this probably is wording things differently than we did before, and a couple changes that I made that are, I wouldn't call them significant changes, but they're changes that would not be bad to review as a group.
So my understanding is we don't have to provide an affirmative vote tonight on this handbook. This is a handbook that's being utilized right now. So in essence, the board would have some time to go back and actually review. If I recall, it's what, 80 pages, somewhere in there?
Yeah, so you would have time to go back and review, and if there's any tweaks that you would like to make on it by next month, we can do that.
Board, is there any further discussion on the employee handbook? Is there any objections if we wait until next month? Give us some time to review it, being that it does not need to be voted on or approved tonight by us. All right. Then, under new business, we will add that for next month. That will move us to SAC bylaws. Mrs. Belial, do you want to speak to this on the bylaw side? Okay. What I do know is on the SAC bylaws, we were provided with an update to their committee bylaws, and my understanding, and somebody's going to need to help me on this because I don't recall specifically, but there's something that says this has to go before the board for an affirmative vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, this was sent to us at the end of last year, and it's just very minor revisions, but the understanding was that we needed to approve the revisions.
And I looked at the red line revisions on this, and it looks pretty standard, just including some terms in here that look like they were missing from a couple different sections. All right, well, that said, then I'll make a motion. I move that we approve the Monument Academy School Accountability Advisory Committee bylaws effective tonight, September 8th.
I second.
Is there any discussion on the SAC bylaws in the motion?
Just to give a little reassurance, I was at the SAC meeting, and it's minor things, nothing of significant meaning, so.
All right. I will call the vote now. Mrs. Belial?
Aye.
Mr. Buczkowski?
Aye.
Mr. Carley?
Aye.
Mrs. Clinton?
Aye.
Mr. O'Brien?
Aye.
Brian Graham votes aye. The motion carries. So these SAC bylaw changes are approved as distributed. All right, that'll lead us into Leading Edge Before and After Care, the MOU. Each of you today received a copy from Mr. Holmes of some of the changes. Last month, we had asked you to take this back before legal, Mr. Holmes. I'm assuming that has happened on this MOU.
I'm not sure whether legal's reviewed this or not, sorry.
Well, thankfully, our legal counsel is here tonight. Mr. Miller, can I call on you, sir? So we were presented with a MOU last month by a group called Leading Edge that was going to be potentially providing child care services at NA West. And part of our direction last month in our board meeting was to have this go before you for review. It would be engaging the services of Leading Edge in the original MOU, I believe, was 3 years. I believe the updated one was 2 years today. My question is, have you had a chance to review this?
Just briefly, just prior to this meeting, so if you want a substantial, they're a great provider, I'm familiar with their services in other contexts and so forth, but there's a couple elements of this that maybe we can negotiate and think through, so if you'd like that to happen, I'm glad to do so.
Honestly, I was hoping that had happened, so tonight, being that it has not happened, I will speak on my behalf as a board member. I'm not comfortable voting on this until you have a chance to review this in its entirety, and if there are aspects to this, because if there's anything in here that's binding that would be of detriment to Monument Academy, I would like to know about that.
Not knowing the urgency and whether this is something that's already in motion and so forth, you could contemplate delegating to me the authority to review, work with admin, and then for them to finalize it based on, my input, so that you don't need to wait a month for this.
I would be most comfortable with that personally.
So if you could frame a motion to that effect, that'd be good. And I can get this done with Merlin and Mark tomorrow.
And what timeline are we facing right now? I remember some questions about that we were waiting on licensing from the state, and that there was kind of some questions around when this would actually commence. So that would be my question as well. But I concur with Mrs. Clinton and Mr. Graham, feeling more comfortable if it had a thorough review before voting or doing what you suggested.
Yeah, the big thing that we're waiting on is that license from the state, which, just given their usual timelines, we hope we'll get by the end of this month, but their processes are pretty unpredictable right now.
What kind of family commitment do we have in terms of knowing who's actually going to take advantage of this? There's just the concern with people that have had to work have already had to find care. Do we have any kind of commitment that people are waiting for this and they're going to move over to MA with this leading edge, or are we just hopeful?
We haven't asked them to sign a commitment. What we have is the survey data that we did last year, and I think there were, and Ms. Barrett can correct me if I'm wrong, I think there were around 50 students that would probably be involved in that. Obviously, since we're starting in the middle of the year, that might be less, but we don't have solid commitments.
Can we resurvey? Did the initial survey give any indication that this wasn't going to be ready to start at the start of the school year?
No, we just asked for interest.
I was going to say the exact same thing. I think it would be prudent to possibly resurvey. And then what would this mean for this moving forward? What would the scenario look like if we didn't have any interest, or if if it was very, very low at this point? What happens then?
Well, in our discussions with them, we talked with this provider, and they understand that. They also, I think, feel like that because the students would stay in the same building, that there'd still be quite a bit of significant interest, and that will grow over time, obviously.
Is there a minimum that they require to have students there?
I don't believe there's a minimum in our discussions.
That's an excellent point, Mrs. Belisle, Mr. Holmes, what if we just slow this down a month? That gives you time to review this, Mr. Miller. That gives us an opportunity to receive feedback from our parent community to see how big the interest is. And there's no need to expedite this tonight, but Board, I'm open to any input.
I want to know what kind of interest actually stands right now. I mean, we've taken measures, the PTO room has been moved, all of these different things are being done with this assumption excuse me. So before we proceed with it, I want to know that people actually are still waiting on this service and will actually make that shift if they haven't already, at this point, some of these kids are already settled at other centers, and so they may push it off another year. But I would want to see a survey redone and then have the legal review done as well before we proceed any further.
Certainly, I agree that the contract needs legal review, but I think part of what we're here to decide is, do we want to go in this strategic direction where there is after-school services for families? And so maybe, Mr. Holmes, can you talk about kind of what some of the benefits would be to our community and the school, considering just this strategic direction of providing some after-school care?
Part of it is something that families want, and so it's meeting a family need. Number two, it does help with carling. Even the buses that are loaded, they do take some time and take some space in car line. So it would also provide that. And for me, it does provide a little bit of revenue to the school. So those are the three things that I see as a benefit to MA. Number one, it serves parent desire to have the service. Number two, it does help with car line, both at pickup and drop off. And number three, it does provide some revenue to the school.
But it only does that if we know that we actually have people that want to participate. So I'm still saying I'd want to see survey data, updated survey data.
My understanding too, Mr. Holmes, is that we're still waiting on state licensing for this, correct?
That's correct.
And do we have a timeline on that?
We had hoped to get it by the end of this month, but as our preschool director has inquired about the license, she's gotten very little concrete information about when we would get that.
So hoping for the end of this month, may not be here. We're meeting again on October 6th. Is the board comfortable, or are there any objections to pushing this to the October 6th meeting? Maybe we have state licensing in place by that time. That would give legal ample opportunity to review this, to come back with findings presented through Mr. Holmes, and that would also give West Campus the ability to ask the parent community again if there's still a need, demand, because like Mrs. Clinton said, I would be interested in knowing what those metrics look like. If we're doing this for one or two, that seems like that would not be the wise decision on this.
I'm comfortable with that as well, but as you were speaking, I have another question about it, and my concern is thinking about our facilities and extracurriculars, and that oftentimes our athletes from East Campus utilize our only full-size gym. So I was wondering, how will the after-school care at our West facility affect some of the events and sports that go on at West Campus after school?
Yeah, the plan is most of the time that before and after care would use the NPR and not the gymnasium, so there would be some need to organize that. And
If I recall correctly from prior discussions, the leading edge employees are vetted from a security standpoint at least through the same channels that MA employees are, correct?
yes, they have background checks as well.
And I assume that this care, if there's snow days, holidays, that kind of thing, that it does not happen if our school is closed?
I believe that's correct.
Was that, Ms. Barrett, part of the survey in the last one, that parents understand that if they are participating, I mean, it would make it makes sense in that respect, but just to be clearly communicated that if the school is closed, that is closed. Just to cover bases and not make any assumptions, and then have there be any surprise or complaint coming from that because we didn't message correctly.
So then are we good tabling this? Any objection? All right, seeing none. Mr. Miller, thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot, sir. All right, next up on board discussion action, September and October board community coffee chats. Mrs. Clinton, we'll yield to you for this.
So at the end of the last school year, as part of response to SAC survey results and wanting more direct communication with board members, we did our first community coffee chat, and Misty McEwen and I did that one. We did not do them throughout the summer, just knowing people were gone a lot. So I would like to have those restarted, and I would just like to ask for 2 volunteers for September and October from the board. I'm happy to participate in the first one again if someone will join me in September, and then whoever is interested in doing it for October, you pick the date and I'll help with what I used to promote that event. But the point is for it to be kind of revolving so that it's different board members getting to meet with the community and giving the parents an opportunity to get to know us better as well. So do I have a volunteer to go with me and do a coffee chat in September, and then who would like to do October?
What's your September date, Lindsay?
I do not have one, so whoever's going to go with me, we will work together on that.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I can do October.
Well, thank you, gentlemen.
I need one more for October.
Oh, you're out on October.
No, I'm just not going to do it every single month. Everyone would maybe get sick of seeing me.
I would be glad to do that with Mr. Carley.
Okay, thank you.
You sell yourself short.
Does that complete that, Mrs. Clinton?
Yes, it
Okay. That'll move us into board vacancy voting rules. As we're all aware, Misty McEwen resigned her seat effective August 12th. Under our bylaws, Section 3.3, it states, any vacancy of an elected director may be filled by the affirmative vote of a majority of the remaining directors, though less than a quorum. A director appointed to fill a vacancy shall hold the office for the unexpired term of such director's predecessor in office. Obviously, we, as a board, move forward with the understanding that it would be best to open up this vacancy to the community. And prior to our September 1st special meeting where we had a Q&A, we actually had 8 applicants submit letters of intent by the August 31st, 2022 deadline. That said, 2 of those applicants withdrew from the process, and we ended up meeting on September 1st with 6 of the candidates, and I've seen, I think, all of you here tonight, so thank you for being here. The plan for tonight, being that we have multiple individuals that have put in for this vacancy, is that we need to appoint one of these individuals, as we are all aware. So my intent is to present voting rules to this board that would require the affirmative vote in order for us to move forward with the potential appointment. And because there are 6 candidates and there are 6 board members, there are some statistical variables that could play out. And I'd like for you guys to be thinking the lines of 6 candidates receiving 1 vote each, 3 candidates receiving 2 votes each, 2 candidates receiving 3 votes. So I have sent each of you today a copy of a draft set of rules, and I'm going to go ahead and read those aloud. And bear with me, community, these are kind of lengthy, but trying to take into consideration each of these variables, I wanted to outlay a plan that we can make a decisive action after we find who that appointee is going to be. So I will read those rules aloud. And board, obviously, these are just a draft, so if there are proposed changes, we can have that discussion. So these are the 9/8/2022 board vacancy rules for voting. Number 1, only the Monument Academy Board of Directors will be voting. Votes will be cast by closed ballot. Number 2, the Monument Academy Board of Directors will be credentialed via open session roll call vote after the September 8th, 2022 regular session meeting is called to order. The roll call vote in open session will serve as the official credentials report. Number 3, the ballots are on pre-printed, color-coded 4x6 index cards with a specific color card assigned to each round of voting and with a specific color identified next to each round of voting on the rules sheet. The ballots will be held by the Vice President and will be distributed by the Vice President as needed for each round of voting. Number 4, the teller committee will be comprised of 3 parent volunteers appointed by the board prior to voting. This appointment will take place after adopting the rules sheet. The teller committee will be tasked with receiving the ballots in a ballot box. Additionally, they will be tasked with reading the marked ballots aloud and marking the whiteboard in correlation with the marked name on the ballot that is read aloud. After the teller committee receives the marked cast ballot from all board members, excluding the board president in rounds that he will not cast a vote, 2 teller committee members will then remove the marked ballots from the ballot box and read the marked names aloud, with the 3rd teller committee member making a correlating mark on the whiteboard to align with the cast vote. Between each round of voting, the teller committee will verify that the ballot box is empty before proceeding to the next round of voting. The cast ballots after each round will be banded or grouped by color and provided to the vice president for chain of custody and safekeeping. Number 5, the rules for each round of voting will be as follows. First round, blue ballots will be the color that's assigned. Letter A, the board president will not cast a vote in the first round. Only 5 board members will be voting in the first round. Letter B, if an applicant receives 3 or more votes in the first round, the applicant will be declared the winner with a formal motion being made by the board president for board appointment. C, if no applicant receives 3 or more votes in the first round, then the board will proceed to a second round of voting with only those applicants who received at least 1 or more votes. Letter D, if an applicant receives 0 votes in the first round, the applicant is removed from further rounds of voting. Second round, yellow ballots will be assigned. Letter A, the board president will cast a vote in the second round. Letter B, if an applicant receives 3 or more votes in the second round, the applicant will be declared the winner with a formal motion being made by the board president for board appointment. C, if no applicant receives 3 or more votes in the second round, then the board will proceed to a third round of voting with only those applicants who received at least 1 or more votes. Letter D, if an applicant receives 0 votes on the second round, the applicant is removed from further rounds of voting. Third round, orange ballots will be assigned. Letter A, the board president will cast a vote in the third round. B, in the third round of voting, the applicant who is the top vote receiver, so long as they are not tied as the top vote receiver with another applicant, will be declared the winner with a formal motion being made by the board president for appointment. Letter C, in the event there are 2 candidates that tie with top votes received, then these 2 candidates will proceed to the 4th and final round. 4th round and the final round, red ballots will be assigned. Letter A, the board president will not vote in the 4th round. Letter B, the applicant who receives 3 or more votes in the 4th round will be declared the winner with a formal motion being made by the board president for board appointment. I know that's very long and drawn out. Originally with 8 applicants, I believe we had 5 rounds of voting, so this was able to limit it down to 4 in the event that we need to go that far with the voting. It's up to you.
First of all, thank you for all of your work and over-analysis of this. But I motion that we approve the board vacancy rules for voting as presented by Mr. Graham.
Second.
Board, is there any further discussion on the board vacancy rules for voting?
What do we do with a dimpled Chad, Ryan?
I don't know. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, hearing none. Mrs. Belisle, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Buczkowski?
Aye.
Mr. Carley?
Aye.
Mr. O'Brien?
Aye.
I went out of order, my apologies. Mrs. Clinton?
Aye.
And Ryan Graham votes aye. So the board vacancy rules for voting have passed. In theory, these should work. If they do not, my apologies. That to say, the first action based on these rules will be we need to appoint the 3 parents to the teller committee. And if there's no objection to this, I don't need a formal motion, but I would like to appoint Mr. Stephen Walsh, Mrs. Kim Walsh, and Mrs. Janae Winkleman, if she is still here. Oh, I apologize. So with that said, the way this is going to happen, we have a ballot box up here. It's a clear ballot box. I would say if one of you, Mrs. Walsh, if you're willing to basically, after Mr. Walsh and Mrs. Winkleman read the ballots after they're cast, and then make the correlating marks on the whiteboard, and we'll see how this goes. It could be 1 round, 2 rounds. So that said, there is a whiteboard over there. I'm trying to make this as transparent as possible so there's no questions on election integrity. So the first round is blue ballots. I do not get one.
Blue ballots, people, with a Sharpie in cursive only. Oh, oh. What did he say?
I trust this more than Dominion. Let's let Mrs. Walsh, if we could have you write the 6 names.
Here.
Board, you're welcome to vote as Mrs. Walsh writes the names on the whiteboard. And then Mr. Walsh, you will collect one cast ballot from each board member with the exception of me. And then teller committee, when Mrs. Walsh is completed with writing the names, you are welcome to pull those ballots and read them one at a time.
I would also just like to say this was not easy. We have really great people that put in, so thank you guys so much for stepping up.
Absolutely.
Karen Hoyda, if that's right. I'm sorry if that's wrong. I messed up your name. Okay, good. Michael Greers. Michael Greers. Karen Hoyda. And Michael Greers.
Well, based on our rules of voting, we have an applicant that has received 3 votes, which defines that applicant as the winner of the election. So thank you to the teller committee. We will not proceed forward to any further rounds. With that said, I move that in accordance with the Monument Academy bylaws, Section 3.3, the Monument Academy Board of Directors appoint Michael Greers to the position of Board Director for the remaining unexpired vacancy term, which is through June 30th, 2023. Furthermore, this director will be officially sworn in at the October 6th meeting or at a special meeting in the event it is called prior to October 6th, so long as said director has completed the official Monument Academy Board background check. At the respective time of swearing in, the director will become a full-fledged voting member of the board.
I second.
Board, any further discussion on the motion?
Just for clarity, I believe it's Gears.
My apologies if I said Greers. Mr. Geers. With that said, any other discussion? Nope. All right. Mrs. Blau, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Buchkowski? Aye. Mr. Carley?
Aye.
Mrs. Clinton?
Aye.
Mr. O'Brien?
Aye.
Ryan Graham votes aye. The motion carries. Congratulations to Mr. Gears. And that will will say, I was kind of hoping to see the other rounds unfold. With that, that will complete board vacancy, closed ballot, election, and appointment. We will move to board committee assignment updates. I will yield to you, Mrs. Clinton.
Okay, so we needed to fill the position for that with SAC West that Misty McEwen vacated, but my recommendation actually would be that Mr. Gears takes that on. You have a West Campus, a child at West Campus as well, correct? So, and it just makes sense, the rest of it, as are already going with our other committees. And then the other committee that is left with another opening is the HR subcommittee that I'm sitting on, if we want to have more than one person on that as well.
When is the next SAC West meeting? This Tuesday? Because Mr. Gears is not sworn in, he would not be representing of the board. You're welcome to attend that meeting and receive dialogue if you would like. And then at the October 6th meeting or a special meeting if called sooner, once the background check is complete, my assumption is that everything will be fine, but we certainly want to do that. We could have you report on that if you would like. Is there any objections to that, board? Okay.
Are we comfortable with one person on the HR subcommittee at this point?
I would recommend that there's two, just from me and Misty doing it last year. When it gets time for that assessment, there's a substantial amount of work.
Well, we could ask if you'd like to do that with me as well, because that doesn't have anything coming for just this right now, so just have Mr. Gears step in those two vacancies.
So right now, we don't have anything teed up for HR subcommittee?
No.
Okay. Maybe we have that conversation with Mr. Gears before we just appoint him to that.
Volunteering him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so let's table that then till next month. Ms. Clinton, if you want to have that conversation offline with Mr. Gears about what that entails, and if there's interest there, great. If there's not, then I'm happy to step up and help serve in that if needed as well. Any other committee assignments that we need to? Okay. That moves us into board comments and announcements.
Just wanted to say thank you to the other applicants. I thought you guys did an incredible job. It was a very, very qualified group, and I hope to see you guys in future elections as well.
Thank you, Mr. Carley. I'd like to echo that sentiment. I know that's tough putting yourself out there, and I greatly appreciate what each of you did by showing up here and answering the questions, and I really hope that each of you stay involved with the MA community. And I mean, every year we have board members that are coming off this board. So with that said, thank you. All right, do we have any new business to add to the agenda for October 6th? Ms. Belisle, I put something on my notes about a performance plan due to D38. Is that something that we need to be responsible for, or is that going to be through SAC?
Is Mrs. Davis still out there? When is our due date for the performance plan? For the next board meeting? Oh, right, that's right, okay.
Does the board need to vote on this?
I believe we're supposed to approve it. Again, I am still learning this process, so forgive my ignorance. But I believe the draft is supposed to be presented to us for our review. Do either of you want to handle this, field this question that is more knowledgeable?
Ms. Blah, I couldn't quite hear you down there. Could you repeat that?
I'm so sorry. We're trying to figure out the timeline of when the performance plan gets presented to the board, the draft, so that we can review it and then send it back to SAC East in order to submit it on time, which I'm told is early October.
Correct.
Do we
So
know
Mr.
the
Vin-
deadline? Do we know okay, so just,
We do, and Mr. Vinciato and I attended the DAC training last week, and they indicated that there was some flexibility in those deadlines. So if we could have some time to speak with the district to see how flexible they are, we might be able to get back to you on a revised date.
So tentatively put it on for the October 6th agenda, Ms. Secretary. All right, if somebody wants to read the motion to adjourn to executive session.
I motion we adjourn to executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4B, F, and E to conduct routine quarterly COO evaluation, to receive legal advice on specific legal matters, and to develop positions relative to negotiations concerning district and facilities development and ballot measures as it pertains to Monument Academy.
A second.
Board, any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, Mrs. Belisle, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Buchkowski?
Aye.
Mr. Carley?
Aye.
Mrs. Clinton?
Aye.
Mr. O'Brien?
Aye.
Ryan Graham votes aye. The motion carries. We will adjourn to executive session. For those of you that want to remain, we do have items requiring board discussion action after executive session. I have no idea how long this executive session is going to be. We'll retreat to a conference room, and you're welcome to stay in here if you would like. All that said, thank you for being here, and maybe we'll see you here shortly.
The live streaming will also resume, so if you choose not to stay, you can tune back in once we come back. Thank you.
we're still not back from executive session. If you're watching the live stream, hang in there. I'm sure they'll be back soon.
is to be shared with Monument Academy and do our due diligence with the district to best serve the school's interest.
Thank you, Mrs. Belisle. That is all that I'm going to share with items requiring board discussion action. Board, anything else? Okay. With that said, we do have one citizen comment that will be after adjournment. I don't need a motion to adjourn. I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting, and then we will hear from Mr. Steve Waldman. And this comment's related to dress code. Mr. Waldman, the floor is yours, sir. And just a reminder that you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Steve Waldman. In July, this board changed its uniform policy for middle school and its dress code for high school. I'm wondering how many parents of students realize that both those policies are in clear violation of Colorado law. Specifically, the dress code prohibits the wearing of dreadlocks as a hairstyle. A couple of years ago, the Colorado legislature passed a law, the Crown Act. That stands for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair, that says that it is illegal for a charter school to prohibit a child from wearing locks. Dreadlocks are a form of locks. The dress code also says that students must dress according to the board's vision of what boys and girls should wear. For instance, a female student who is lesbian is prohibited from wearing a tie. Also, a student whose gender that was assigned at birth is male, but who now presents as female, is prohibited from wearing a skirt, nail polish, or makeup. A year ago, the Colorado legislature passed another law which essentially said that a charter school board's opinion on what clothes a boy or girl can wear is irrelevant. What is relevant is the student's gender identity and gender expression. Gender identity is an individual's innate sense of the individual's own gender, which may or may not correspond to the individual's sex assigned at birth. Gender expression is an individual's way of reflecting the individual's gender to the outside world, typically demonstrated through appearance, dress, and behavior. Therefore, if the lesbian student believes that wearing a tie reflects her gender to the outside world, then her belief is controlling. Similarly, if a transgender girl believes that wearing skirts, nail polish, and makeup reflects her gender to the outside world, then the board's opinion on what she should wear is meaningless. I am positive that before you modified your uniform policy and dress code, that you discussed these issues with your attorney, and I feel confident that your attorney gave you good legal advice and told you that if you enacted this uniform policy and dress code, that you would be clearly violating recent changes to Colorado law. What I don't understand is why, once you had been told that your dress code is illegal, you still decided to enact this extremist policy. Can you explain to the parents of your students why you think it proper to violate state law in order to further a bigoted policy against students who are members of a minority group? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Waldman. There is no further public comment, so with that said, we are dismissed. Thank you.